The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Before we begin calling the next witness into the courtroom, the greffier is now instructed to report the attendance of the parties to the proceedings and the person concerned for today's session. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present. The witness KW23 and KW15 are present and awaiting call by the trial chamber. These witnesses have no relation with the parties to the proceedings or the accused, and they have already taken an oath. The President, before we proceed to hear the testimony of the witnesses according to our schedule, the Chamber would like to inform the parties to the proceedings and the public in relation to the adjustment of the scheduling starting from Monday the 10th of August to the 12th, which is Wednesday. Please be informed that on Monday the 10th of August 2009, the trial chamber is going to hear the statement or testimony of witness Chun Pal for a half day, and on the afternoon of the same day and in the morning of the next day, Tuesday the 11th of August, the chamber is going to hear the testimony of KW15, and we are going to also read the statement of Mark Sitim D28/8 and D54, the paragraphs relating to this witness. The statement or record of the interview of Thoi Teng D28/12, D50/3, and the paragraphs related to this witness D48/1 and D52, the paragraphs relating to this witness. The statement or the record of the interview of Saum Som-ol D78/6, summary of J. Supira's statement D83/1, the reenactment, the record of reenactment D48/1, and the paragraphs relating to the statement of Mie Peng Kri and the 52 paragraphs relating to this witness. The chamber will seek observation from the parties to the proceeding in relation to the statement of Mie Peng Kri, which was already read out on the 28th of July 2009. In case the trial chamber cannot finish reading the above-mentioned statements, then Wednesday's afternoon will be reserved for the purpose of reading such statements. On Wednesday, the 12th of August, the trial chamber is going to hear the testimony of KW29. And the parties are also need to be informed that due to serious illness, which prevents Mr. Okkum Singh from coming to testify, the chamber has decided not to call him, and his statement will be read instead before the chamber. On the afternoon of Wednesday, the chamber is going to read the statement, a record of the interview of Mr. Okkum Singh, document under D78/7, witness Hon Iem D28/5, Page Siek D28/5, witness Kang Pan D78/3. So this is only just the adjustment to the scheduling for this week hearing, and we hope the parties to the proceedings are now informed. Next, the chamber would like to also put the civil party applications and their statements of the following parties before the chamber. Civil Party Group 1. Number 1, D25/23, Jim Lane. 2, D25/15, Sun Siang. 3, D25/20, Ngat Sok. 4, D25/24, Suh Saran. 5, D25/25, Kai Khon. D25/18, Man Sot. D25/10, Chai Hiep. D25/22, Timothy Scott Deeds. 9, E2/41, Sin Sinait. 10, E2/42, Run Srainop. 11, E2/43, Alias. 12, E2/60, Nong Kum Liang. 13, E2/47, Sman Nop. 14, E/45, Sman Saw. 15, E2/46, Kai Samot. 16, E2/47, Man Lai. 17, E2/48, Nham Suphan. 18, E2/49, Ain Sitha. 19, E2/51, Man Malima. 20, E2/52, Komen. 21, E2/53, Tri Ngạch Liang. 22, E2/54, Hai Ngạch Hong. 23, E2/55, Beng Chan Thon. 24, E2/56, Yun Chun. 25, E2/57, Li Kie. 26, E2/58, Pul Pun Lek. 27, E2/59, Chan Kruj. 28, E2/62, 29, E2/69, Lim Yon. 30, E2/74, Ngat Oi. 31, E2/75, Kieu Niep. 32, E2/88, Joshua Rothschild. 33, E2/73, Nong Sarat. Civil Party Group 2. 34, D25/21, Tak Lon. 35, E2/35, Liang Kon. 36, E2/21, Iem Soi. 37, E2/22, Chum Sitha. 38, E2/25, Sin Lim Sia 39 E2/24 Ol Sai Riem 40 E2/66 Pinh Sok Khen 41 E2/64 Nhap Kum Sria 42 E2/83 Hong Savat. Civil Party Group 3 43 D25/8 Mieh Ket Sompor 3 44 D25/11 Khun Saran 45 D25/28 Tulong Neva 46 D25/26 Ki Marie Nevinka 47 E2/30 Nhâm Kum Hien 48 E2/37 Clan Fit 49 E2/38 Hiet Tây Châu 50 E2/29 Ki Marie Visaka 51 E2/39 Sun Suk Komali 52 E2/65 Bun Srai 53 E2/63 Pan Pach 54 E2/76 Ong Wươn or Hol Wươn 55 E2/78 Miết Sở Rươn 56 E2/79 Se Sia 57 E2/70 Chan Dương 58 E2/71 Sâm Pau 59 E2/72 Can San 60 E2/84 Uk Wasathan. Civil Party Group 4 61 D25/17 Can Sun Ra 62 D25/12 Chriang Som Yen 63 D25/19 Kung Te 64 E2/28 Ruh Chua Ce 65 E2/31 Nhak U Davi 66 E2/27 U Kamila. The civil parties whose statement will be heard in the future before the trial chamber include Civil Party E2/85 E2/89 Robert Hamill and E2/87 D25/27 alias or House of Peer D2/82 and E2/34 E2/50 U Saurit E2/26 E2/81 Ruh Main D25/9 Tôi Manin D25/14 Sunti D25/7 Pong Godson Tavi D25/5 Jeffrey James E2/86 Chen Navi D25/2 Chum Sirat D25/6 Ieng Vanari E2/77 and Sieng Van D D25/13. The trial chamber would like to request the defense to indicate whether it intends to challenge any of these applications which applications and to briefly set out the grounds for so doing. The Chamber will hear the defense briefly on this matter on Monday, the 17th of August. On the basis of this indication, the Chamber will allocate time at a later date for the defense to present its challenge. The Chamber further requests the defense, if it is able to do so now, to indicate if it intends to challenge any of the civil party applications of the civil parties who will be heard in the following weeks. If it intends to do so, the Chamber would be grateful for an indication of which applications the defense intends to challenge. So this is just the information to be informed to the defense counsel and to make necessary observations in relation to the matters being brought before the Chamber. This is a compromised approach because the Chamber would like to make sure that we can proceed expeditiously and that we would like to give opportunity to the parties to give their observations in relation to all the applications being considered or being informed already in this hearing. The President, we note Mr. Kaing Guek Eav is on his feet. You take the floor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, good morning. Just in light of what you said, maybe I thought I should raise and indicate for the benefit of the Defense Council. As you know, for Civil Party Group 1, starting next week and the following week, we will have 4 civil parties coming. And in order to avoid any problems, what we have done is to prepare a motion. Basically, that was before your memorandum of the 5th of August. And basically, what we have done is try to clarify and answer the questions on your memorandum in advance with, in one of 2 cases, new information we got in order to make sure that everything is clarified. Because of translation, we expect the motion has been sent for translation last week. We expect to file it Wednesday or Thursday, but what we would like to do is to have prepared by today or tomorrow a file with the new exhibits, and this file will be ready for inspection by the defense. Like this, already today or tomorrow, they can look at what we have. And again, by this week, they will have the motion explaining exactly answering your question for each of our civil parties. And like this, we hope that that will help the defense to state their position for our civil parties and to say if they contest or not. So I thought that could be helpful for them to know now that this motion will be filed, these exhibits will be ready for inspection anytime they want this week. And like this, hopefully, we will be able to talk only on the substance for our civil parties next week. Thank you.
The President, we note that the International Co-Prosecutor is on his feet. You take the floor.
Your Honor, with your permission, just an observation. The prosecution commends the Chamber for adopting this very judicious approach to incorporate the applications of the civil parties into evidence. In advance, we may indicate to Your Honors that we have no objection or observations in respect of admission of such evidence into Your Honors' evidence for consideration at judgment. Just for clarification, I would submit that Your Honours may clarify that by admitting civil party applications, Your Honours are also admitting all the documents attached with those applications. I know Your Honours may have meant this, but just for the record, I'd request that this may be clarified. Otherwise, the co-prosecutors have no objections to the admission of this evidence. Thank you.
The President, without any further observations, we shall now proceed according to our schedule. The court official is now instructed to call witness Chun Pal. The President would there be any observations from the Defense Counsel in relation to the matters the Chamber has already put before the parties? It is only just the schedule, and we would like the defense also to just give us some ideas if they believe they would like to have more time to debate in relation to the issues concerning the civil party applications. And our purpose is, of course, to make sure we can precisely calculate the time for dealing with the 66 civil party applications, because the Chamber would not want to invite all of them to give their testimony right in front of the Chamber or before the Chamber in the future, because there are too many applications, and that's why we need the Defense Counsel to give us some kind of their observation in relation to their challenges to these applications, and that it would be very helpful for the Chamber to calculate our time, and therefore we can precisely adjust the scheduling for the proceedings, the future proceedings in relation to the testimony of the civil party. And we believe that by doing so, after all, we can really have a more accurate scheduling.
Ms. Canizares. Mr. President, with regard to the court's request pertaining to the civil parties who will be heard, the defense would like to point out at this point that it is in doubt as to the soundness of some of the civil party applications. For the time being, there are not enough documents to prove that the alleged victims were in fact detained in S21. Kaing Guek Eav has conducted research to determine whether the people whose names appear on the prisoner list for S21 are correct, and he has not found these names. The following civil parties: E277, E234, E281, E282, and subject to the documents that Mr. Alain Werner says he will produce later on, this concerns also civil party E250. In the defense's view, the civil parties whose names I have mentioned should supply further documentation to prove that the victims were in fact detained in S21. With regard to civil party D25-6, Kaing Guek Eav does not dispute the fact that one of the party's brothers was detained in S21, but challenges another brother, a sister-in-law and a niece, were detained in S21. Lastly, with regard to civil party E289, we have no knowledge of this person's documentation. Accordingly, the defense can only indicate its position when it is apprised of the information. Even though the accused does not challenge the other civil party applications, he may wish to make comments with regard to the applications at a later time.
The President, thank you very much, and this is the preliminary remark of the Defense Counsel in relation to the civil party applications, and the Chamber has intended to actually put this before the Defense Counsel and the party so that they are prepared and have opportunity to respond to this, and the Chamber will give appropriate time for such challenge, which is scheduled for the 17th of August 2009. And this day, the Monday, the 17th of August, is set to receive challenges and grounds for such challenges from the defense, and that we can precisely calculate our schedule. The President, Mr. Alain Werner, we know that you are on your feet, but could you please be informed that this purpose of putting this matter before the Chamber is only to inform to the Defense Counsel to seek their observation and challenges in advance, so that we can have their challenges heard on the 17th of August 2009. And the Chamber is going to only listen to the grounds, the substance of the challenges, and that we will later on decide whether we need 1 day or 2 or more to deal with the civil party applications challenged by the Defense Counsel. So please don't consider this floor as the floor for debate. It's only aimed to inform the parties only. And if there are challenges, as I have already informed, then we will set aside some appropriate time to deal with the matter in detail.
Challenges, just one word to tell the defense that indeed concerning E250, this afternoon, if they wish, we have the additional exhibits or pieces of evidence which should settle the matter, and it will be ready for their inspection. So I thought that could be helpful for them. Thank you.
Mộtបញ្ហាពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងការដាក់ឯកសារនៃដើមរដ្ឋដំនេះដែលមិនត្រូវបានកោះហៅមកផ្ដោតទៅកម្មនៃចំពោះមុខអង្គជំរះគឺសម្រាប់បញ្ឈប់ការពិភាក្សាផ្ដល់មតិយោបល់ត្រឹមនេះហើយដោយសារហេតុនេះយើងគ្រាន់តែជាការជម្រាបជូនដំណឹងហើយពេលវេលាក្នុងការជជែកដេញដោលនោះគឺយើងបានកំណត់ជាក់លាក់ហើយនៅព្រឹកថ្ងៃច័ន្ទទី17ខែសីហាឆ្នាំ2009ខាងមុខ អ្នកបកប្រែលើទេអ្នកបកប្រែលើទេ
លោកចក្រមយើងខ្ញុំបានឮលោកជាគណៈប្រធានមានភាសាក៏ប៉ុន្តែយើងថាបីដូចជាមានបញ្ហាទំនាក់ទំនងទៅខាងភាសាបារាំង
ឥឡូវសាក់លបងមើលតើអាចយ៉ាងម៉េចបានសាក់លបងម្ដងទៀតមើល លោកប្រធានលើមន្ត្រីតុលាការសម្របសម្រួលជាមួយនឹងខាងអ្នកបកប្រែភាសាដើម្បីឲ្យដំណើរការល្អឡើងវិញ
Okay.
Testing the English channel. Can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me?
Non. Pouvez-vous entendre le canal français? Oui, tout va bien, d'accord, je vous remercie.
Testing the English channel. 1, 2, 3. Am I clear? 1, 2, 3.
បាទជំរាបលោកប្រធានឧបករណ៍ដំណើរការធម្មតា
អង្គជំរះសម្រាប់បញ្ឈប់នៅការកត់សម្គាល់អំពីបញ្ហាដែលអង្គជំរះបាន
The chamber would like to now postpone the discussion in relation to the challenges of the Defense Council in relation to the civil party application. The 66 civil parties and as the chamber has already made it clear from the very beginning that it is just the information to be given to the Defense Council to be prepared to give their grounds for their challenge to such civil party applications. Next, the chamber would like to proceed with the hearing of the testimony of witness Chun Pal.
The
President, Mr. Witness, is your name Chun Paul? The witness, yes, my name is Chun Paul. Question: are you known by any other names? The witness, no. The President, Mr. Chun Paul, how old are you this year? Mr. Chun Paul, do not speak before the red light is turned on the microphone. You have to wait for the red lights to be on first before you can speak. so that your voice can go through the system, through the interpreters and for the transcript recording, so that it can be translated into English and French. Do you understand that? How old are you this year? Asked the president.
Le président poursuit et demande quel âge avez-vous cette année?
Response.
Réponse.
I am 47 years old.
47 ans.
Question. What is your occupation?
Question. Quelle est votre profession?
Response. I am a rice farmer.
Je récolte.
President, according to the Greffiers report, you are not related to any of the parties to the proceedings, and that you have already taken an oath before you appear in this chamber. Is this information correct?
Prêter serment. Ces informations sont-elles exactes?
Chun Paul, you speak too quickly, Mr. President. Can you speak slowly? President, according to the report by the Greffier, you have no relationship. That is, you are not related by blood or by law to any parties to this proceeding. Is this correct? Response, that is correct. The President, the Greffier also reported that you have taken an oath already before you came into this chamber. Is that correct? Response, that is correct. The President, before we hear your testimony as a witness, we have to inform you of your rights and obligations as follows. Mr. Chun Paul, as a witness, you can't decide not to respond to any question or any questions that would self-incriminate you. That is your self-incrimination's right. This means that if you think your response would lead to the prosecution of yourself, and as a witness, you are obliged to speak only the truth that you have heard, have known, and have witnessed personally. And also in your testimony, do not provide any assumption.
Sur la base des faits et non de supputation.
The President, Mr. Chun Paul, when did you join the military movement? Chun Paul, I joined the revolution movement in 1975. Question. In what month, if you can recall? Response, I cannot recall the month.
Réponse, je ne peux me rappeler de quel mois il s'agit.
Question, did you join after the 17th April 1975 or before that?
Ou avant cette date.
Response, I joined in 1975 after that date. Question, when you first joined, where did you join and what duty was assigned to you? Response, when I first joined the movement, I joined it through the village. Question, what was the name of the village and in what sub-district, district or province? Response, it was in Chao Mau sub-district, Duch district, Kampong Chnang province. Question. After you joined the movement in that village, where were you sent to work? Response. I was sent to stay at Sala Lake Pram. Question. You were sent to stay at Sala Lake Pram, and what duty were you assigned to, and how long? Response. I only stayed there at that location at the time. Question. How long did you stay at Sala Lake Pram before you were sent to another location? Response. I stayed there for about 1 week. And where were you sent next? Response. I was sent to Bang Tum Pun. Question. You were sent to Bang Tum Pun, and when was that? And what duty was assigned to you at that location? The witness, I cannot catch your question. Can you repeat? Question. When you were sent to the location at Bang Tum Pun, when were you sent to that location, if you can recall? And when you arrived at Bang Tum Pun, what duty was assigned to you? Response. I was sent to Bang Tum Pun first to rest at that location. Questions. After you stayed and rested at that location for a while, where were you sent to work? Response. After about 1 month or a fortnight, as I cannot recall it correctly, I was sent to Tak Mau. Question. What duty was assigned to you when you were sent to Tak Mau? Response. Upon arrival at Tak Mau, I studied the strategic training, the military lessons, and so on. Question. So you were sent there to study and trained at a school. It's a military training school, isn't it? Response. Yes, it is. Question. You were trained at that military technical school. How long did you study there? Response. I studied military techniques in Tak Mau for quite some time, but I cannot recall the exact period. Question. After you studied at the military training school in Tak Mau, where were you sent? Response. After I completed my military training at that school, I was sent to Preso. Question. You were sent to Preso. What duty was assigned to you at that location? Response. I was sent to Preso in order to work in the rice fields, to dig canals. Question. Can you recall when you were sent from Kampong Chhnang to Phnom Penh and to study military training, and later on you were sent to work in the rice fields and dig canals in Preso? How old were you at that time? Response. When I was sent to Preso, I was about 15 years old. Question. After you had worked at Preso, where were you sent next? Response. After I left Preso, I was sent to Tul Sleng. Question. You used the term Tul Sleng. Where was the location of Tul Sleng, and what was that location for? Response. The location where I was sent to was a location where I was assigned guard duty. Question. You talked about Tul Sleng. If you can recall, where was Tul Sleng? In what province or in what city? Response. I did not know the province or the city of that location. Question. Was it called Tul Sleng at that time, or was it known by another name, the place where you worked after you were sent from Preso? Response. It was called S21, but it was also known as Tul Sleng. Question. You said when you arrived at Tul Sleng, you were assigned guard duty. What did you guard? Response. I guarded the prisoners. Question. You worked as a prisoner guard. Did you stand guard inside or outside? Response. I stood guard inside. Question. When you stood guard inside, what work was assigned to you in your role? Response. I guarded the prisoners when they were brought from somewhere. Question. You stood guard inside. What does it mean? Was it inside a detention room, or was it inside a compound where the buildings were used to detain people? Response. I guarded inside a building. Question: can you recall at that location how many detention buildings and which building did you stand guard those prisoners? Response: I stood guard at building number 2. Question: can you recall if building number 2 was it east-west or north-south building? It was an east-west building. Question: how many buildings were there in that compound, if you can recall? That is at the Tulsline prison, as you said. Response: there were 4 buildings. Question: can you count those buildings and the exact locations of those buildings? Response: I do not know the exact locations of those buildings. I cannot recall. Question: at that time, you worked inside the S21 compound. Which entrance did you use to go into the compound? Response: when I worked at that location, I actually cannot recall which entrance I used to enter the compound. I cannot recall it. Question: you just said building number 2 where you worked, and what about building number 1? To which side of building number 2 building number 1 was located? Response: I suppose the building 1 and building 2 were next to each other. Question: so that is after building 1, that is building number 2, is that correct? And it cannot be after building 1 there was a building 1, there had to be a building 2. If it's in that order, is that correct? Question: what about building number 3 and number 4? To which side of building number 2 were they located? Response: I cannot say about the direction, like south or north directions. I knew there were 2 buildings to one side, and the other 2 were to the side, but I cannot recall exactly whether they were to the sides, to the east or to the west. Question: so you meant 2 buildings were parallel in each other and the other 2 were to the sides. Is this correct? Response: 1 was to the side and another one to the other side, and the other 2 were lined up in a row, but I cannot say whether they were to the north or to the south direction, because now I seem to get confused. I can only recall, yes, there were those buildings. Question: you were assigned to guard building number 2 from your recollection, is this correct? Response: at building number 2, yes. Question: you stood guard. What does it mean?
Qu'est-ce que cela voulait dire, être une faction?
Response. I watch out for the prisoners in the location that I was assigned to. Questioned. Was the building on the ground, or were there many floors on that building? Response. The building had 3 stories. Questioned. Was the building built of wood or concrete? Response. It was built of concrete. Question. You were assigned to guard at that building number 2. In which particular room or which floor were you assigned to guard? Response. It was not regular. Sometimes I was assigned to guard the upper floor, or sometimes on the ground floor, or sometimes on the middle floor, according to the assignment by the group chief. Question. In guarding the prisoners, in one day, how many shifts did you take and at what time? And how many guards were guarding at the same time in your shift? Response. One team was assigned to guard in each shift. There were about 12 persons in each team. Question. What about the working hours in the shift? Response. The group chief ordered us to guard the prisoners and do not allow them to escape or to commit any suicide or to hang themselves. Question. At what time did you guard? For example, in the 24 hours of a day, were your team assigned to guard at daytime or at nighttime, or was your team rotated? And how many shifts did your team take per day, and how long was each shift? Response. In each shift, if we started from 6 o'clock or 6:30, then the shift would end at 12 o'clock.
The President, so those who guarded during the daytime, were they supposed to also stood guard at night? Response. The shifts were at 12 midday and at 4 p.m. there was another shift, or maybe 5 p.m. I only were on duty. I were on duty on sometime in the day, sometime at night. Question. When you were on duty to guard the building, were you assigned to guard within the rooms where detainees were detained, or were you just patrolling on the corridor? Response. I did not go into the room to be close to any detainee because the cells or the room were the detainees were placed in the room, and then we were asked to walk from on the corridor to just give the eyes on those detainees. Question: so were you guarding at the location where detainees were placed in the individual cells, or were you also on duty at the common cells? Response: there were individual cells, small and big cells where detainees were put together. Question: so when you were on duty to stood guard at the individual cells, could you please tell the court how you conduct or how you perform your task? Response: normally we would walk from one cell to another because in the cells there were windows through which we can see the detainees, and we were supposed to only check the lock, whether they were the lock were properly the lock were properly locked and that detainees could not escape. Question: at night, how could you see any detainee? Was there any light, or were you given any kind of torches? Response: at night there was light because there was electricity the whole night. Question: so could you then see the detainees and the locks through, I mean, under the, the light? Response: so far as I remember, the light was lit enough to be for us to inspect or to check the lock and detainees. Question: when you were assigned to guard in the common room, could you please tell us how you discharge your duty? Response: in the common room where detainees were detained inside, I was only patrolling outside on the corridor. Question: had you ever seen any detainees who died while being detained? Response: during my shifts, I had never seen any detainee die. Question: Having watched the detainees while you were on duty, what was your impression in relation to the condition, the physical condition of those detainees? Response. I saw detainees who were very thin because they were not given sufficient food. I was not in charge of providing food to them. Of course, there were people who were assigned to distribute these meals to them. I was only in charge of checking and patrolling the location. Question. Those detainees who were detained inside the individual cells and the common cells, were they shackled or were they allowed to move about freely inside their room? Could you please tell the court about this? Or were there only locked? I mean, detainees were only locked from the outside and that they could move about freely inside? Response. The detainees in those rooms, whether in common room or individual cells, so far as I remember, for the male prisoners, they were shackled and because they were shackled all together in one line. For example, a long metal bar would be attached to 7 detainees in a group. And for female detainees, I think they were not shackled, but they were locked from outside. Question. Could detainees stand up? Response. Could you please repeat your question? I could not catch it. Question. You said male detainees were shackled. Even in the individual cell, every one of the detainees would also be detained. The question was whether they could stand if they would wish to do so. Response. They could stand up if they wanted, because the shackles were big enough for detainees to stand up. But I think the detainee needed to use some kind of wooden board or a kind of piece of wood to make sure that they can hold the shackle so that the person could stand up, otherwise it would not be possible. The President, had you ever seen any detainee standing up? Response. Could you please repeat your question, Mr. President? Question. During the time while you were on duty, did you ever see anyone standing up? Response. Detainees could not stand up unless they asked for a permission to do so from the guards. Without such permission, they would not be allowed to do so. The President, what about the clothing of the detainees? Can you please tell the court to the best of your recollection in relation to their clothing? Response. Detainees did not wear proper clothes like we did. They were given ragged clothes, and some had some long pants, some only got shorts, some got the very torn clothes, and some were given some clothes to exchange, but some could only wear their ragged ones. Question. Did detainees who wear shorts or trousers and shirts, blouses, or were they topless? Response. Some had shorts and shirts. Some only had shorts, and it depends on the chief of the group who made them wear anything they preferred, because they said that the upper echelon would want them to wear that kind of clothes other than the other kind of clothes. Question. You said that detainees were very thin, and can you tell us about the food ration? How many times a day were detainees given meals, and what kind of meals were given? Response. The food ration was in the form of gruel. So detainee would be given a bowl of gruel, small or big, depends. When I worked there, as a guard, I was in charge of guarding the location, and when it comes to the food distribution, there were people who were specifically assigned to offer the meals to detainees. That's why I can see that meals were given differently to different detainees. Question. Did you ever see detainees being washed? And how could they have such a wash while they were being detained, shackled, and locked from the outside? Response. Detainees received a wash. For example, if it was scheduled to wash the detainees on any particular day, then normally all detainees would be washed all together at once. And we were not receiving any orders from the upper echelon to allow detainees to go free to wash themselves. They would be given a water hose and then they could take turn passing these water hose to one another to wash themselves. Question: what about the people who were detained in the common room? How could they wash themselves? Response: in those common rooms, we did not go inside, and when we received order from the upper echelon, I don't know to what extent upper echelon was with the authority, because here I refer to the chief of the team who asked us to wash the detainees. If the chief did not make any instruction or give any instruction to us to allow the detainees to be washed, then detainees could not be washed. In the common room, the water hose would be used, and that water would be sprayed on them, and that they were asked to stand up, and after they done, then we could remove the water hose. Question: what did they do after having such a wash? Response: for the male detainees, they had a wash while being naked. Question: what about the clothes they had worn before they were being washed? Response: during the wash, since they did not have other clothes to change, then since the guards were male and the detainees were male, according to the order or instruction from the upper echelon, detainees were asked to remove their clothes, and they had the wash, and later on they could put on their clothes. Question: how did they remove or take off their clothes? Because they were shackled. Can you please tell the court of such experience or observation? Response: the shorts were taken off from the detainees, and for the thin shorts, it was not difficult to be removed. We could take it off through the shackles, and some trousers which were rather heavy could not be removed entirely from the body of the detainee, so part of the sleeves of the trouser would be still attached to the shackles, but then they could still had a wash, and since guards were not allowed by the upper echelon to go near to the detainees because they were afraid that detainees would counterattack or react. Then we only watched from the outside while they were having a watch. Question: did you ever see foreigners being detained in such rooms? For example, the Westerners, the white complexioned detainees with blonde hair, cherry chest, for example. Hairy chest, correction. Response: I saw some foreigners, but they were being brought and detained in the room, and for on some occasions during my guard duty I saw them, but it was not long because during such duty, after 1 or 2 days, the foreigners I saw would be taken away because they would be detained for very few days before they would be relocated. Question: were detainees treated the same? For example, were the foreigners treated the same as the Cambodian detainees? Were they shackled and locked in individual cells, or were they placed in the common room among the other detainees like normal, ordinary detainees? Response: foreign detainees were put all were detained in a separate room, not mixed with the Cambodian detainees. Question: did you ever see Vietnamese prisoners of war who were detained at that location? Response: yes, I did. I saw them. Question: did you see them in the building you guarded? Respond: could you please repeat your question, Mr. President? Question: were the Vietnamese prisoners of war were detained in the building you were assigned to stand guard? Is that correct? Response: those detainees were detained at the place where I guarded, but they were detained very briefly, probably 2 or 3 days. They would be relocated to different location. I don't know. Question: did you see many of them being detained in that location? Response: I did not see a lot of them. I sometimes, like for a certain period of time, then I could see them, a few of them being sent in, and then time passed by, and later on I could see a few more. Question: did you ever see female detainees? Yes, I did. Response: question: were there a lot of female detainees in that location? Were they put in the same common room, or were they put differently in a separate room? Response: for female detainees, they could be detained in a common room, but the upper echelon instructed us, for example, when confession or documents were needed from them, then they could be separated. Question: did you ever see children? Did you ever see children who came along with their mothers to the detention location? Response: there were not very young children at my location. I saw the mothers, and sometimes I saw one or two children came along with them, but I did not see children who would come along with the parents every time, because sometimes parents came alone without children. Question: did you observe where these children would be taken to after their mothers were detained? Response: sometimes after a few days the children could stay with their mothers, and later on they were separated from the common room to a different location that I never know where it would be. Question: when the interrogators came to remove the detainees to be interrogated, who was in charge of removing the shackles from the detainees before they were escorted by the interrogators to the interrogating rooms? Response: the people who came to bring the detainees to be interrogated were not interrogators themselves. When they came, for example, they would contact the chief leader, the chief of the group, correction, and that then they would ask the guards to take the detainees to be interrogated to them. Question: after they were interrogated and that they would be sent back to their cells, how could they be treated? Were they then shackled and handcuffed, or were they only delivered to the guards, the interior guards, who then put them back into the cells or rooms? Response: after detainees were interrogated, they were sent to the chief of the group, who later on managed how these detainees would be relocated or would be put again into the rooms or cells. As a guard, I was only in charge of checking or patrolling the location. Question: what was your observation in relation to the physical condition of any detainees who had just been interrogated and walked back to their cells?
Response: the prisoners who had been taken for interrogation, upon their return, some of them were beaten, some were not. That was my observation at the time. Sometimes at the location where I stood at, in 2 or 3 days' time, a prisoner would be taken to be interrogated, and later on, after the interrogation was complete, was put in another location. Questioned, why did you think that the prisoners who were interrogated and then who were returned, some were beaten and some were not? Why do you think that? Response. It is my understanding that some prisoners who were difficult, probably they will be beaten in order to extract the information from them. This is just my assumption. Question. You said that some prisoners were not beaten and some you thought were beaten during the interrogation. Did you see the marks, for example, on the bodies of those prisoners, or the bruise or blood? That's why you said they were beaten?
Est-ce que c'est ça qui vous avait permis de conclure qu'ils avaient été battus?
Response. I saw the beating marks and wounds. That's all. And some of them did not have all these marks or wounds upon their return. I think it was up to Onka or the upper echelon to either torture or not torture those prisoners. But in fact, yes, I did see those prisoners who were tortured. The President, now it is time for a break. The chamber will take 20 minutes break until 10 to 11 when it will resume. And then we will continue to hear the testimony of this witness. Court officer, can you provide necessary refreshments to this witness during the break and bring him back into the chamber before the set time? The greffier, all rise.
Mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous.
I am Hong Kum Soon, the lawyer for the civil parties who were victims and who are victims of the Khmer Rouge regime. I'm going to put a few questions to you. Please tell me if you think the questions are not understandable. This morning, the President asked you about you being transferred from Kray to Tul Slang, and then the President asked you the name of the location, whether it was called Tul Slang back then. I failed to hear any response from you when you responded to the President. So could you please now elaborate further on this, whether the location was already named Tul Slang back then?
À l'époque, Tuol Sleng était le nom qu'on utilisait pour désigner ce lieu. C'est quelque chose qui n'était pas apparu clairement dans votre déposition.
Response.
Votre déposition de ce matin, votre réponse.
I knew the location long ago at the very outset because when I approached the location, I was told that it was the Tuol Slang school, and I heard from people talking about the name of that location. That's why I used the word Tuol Slang. Mr. Hong Kum Thun, thank you. And you said you worked as a guard in and outside the premises of S21. Were you armed while you being on guard? Response. When we gathered inside the compound, we were not equipped with arms, but the duty outside was different. We had weapons. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. This morning you said you gathered at the location where there were individual cells and common rooms, and that you walked on the corridor and you could sneak through a small space actually to look to see the detainees. My question is that were there any barbed wire at that location? Response, yes, there were. Mr. Kamthun, thank you. You also indicated about your chief who instructed you to be vigilant and that you should not allow any detainees to escape or commit suicide. The question is, were those detainees in the common rooms allowed to use scarf or krama? Response. Such scarves were not allowed in the common rooms. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. As a guard, whether you were on guard at the area where there were individual cells or the common rooms, did you notice any the appearance of the detainees, for example, their hair, their clothing? Response. I did not remember to know the names of any detainee because there were a lot of detainees. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, I think you probably misunderstood my question. I was asking you that whether you remember the condition, the physical condition of detainees, whether they have long hair and their beard grew so long and unorganized, for example. Have you ever noticed that? Response. You are asking me that whether the detainees' hair grew longer or whether they looked thin. Of course they were. Their hair grew long and messy, and their beard also grew long. Mr. Kamthun, thank you. This morning you also indicated that The detainees in either the common rooms or individual cells, they were allowed to only wear the shorts, and that if the short or trousers were thin, then they could take it off when they were being washed. My question is, did you note that there were mosquitoes in at S21? Response: yes, there were mosquitoes. Question: so detainees were sleeping under mosquito nets? If not, were they bitten by mosquitoes then? Response: I would like to respond in affirmative to your question. Mr. Hong Kam Thuan, thank you. This morning you stated that you don't remember the exact dates, but in your response it indicates that you started working at S21 in early 1976 to the end of 1978. As a guard, within the vicinity of S21, did you see any medics? Response: there were medics. Question: so if there were medics as what you indicated, and if they are present today, for example, do you think you can recognize them? Response: I don't think I remember them or recognize them because it has been too many years already. Question: you said you cannot remember or recognize them. Don't you recognize them at all, or do you think you can really have some kind of recollection of their faces? Response: I knew that there were medics who would be distributing the medicines to detainees. Mr. Hong Kam Thuan, thank you. With Mr. President's leave, may I introduce Nammon to the witness so that Mr. Chunpal can recognize her or not. The President, please, you are allowed to do that. Nammon, could you please walk to this area, and then Chunpal, could you please look at her? Do you recognize this woman? Response: I don't think I remember her. There were no female medics who would be walking at the location where I gathered, so I don't think I have ever seen her. Mr. Hong Kam Thuan, thank you. Madame Nammon, could you please be seated? Next question. Staff member of S21, including the medics, were they all wearing the same black clothes? Response: yes, they were. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. Next question. Regarding the wash, when detainees had a wash. This morning you said because detainees who were put in the common room were male detainees and they were all male, including the guards, so they were naked while being washed, or some could take off their shorts. Did you ever hear people mock at the detainees, for example, using some kind of sexually abusive language toward any detainees? Response: I never said anything like that. I don't know whether the other guards who took different shift and washed the detainee would say that. I don't know. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. This morning you did not yet respond clearly in relation to your knowledge of the sexual abuse or the rape of the female detainee. Can you please tell the court who was the chief of your team who told you about this? Response: he was Kon who told me about this. Whether the incident was true or not, I only heard from what he told me. Mr. Kumsun, could you please briefly tell the story that your chief, Mr. Kon, told you? Response: he told me that that was the thing he told me. He said anyone who raped a female detainee would be arrested and detained, and that's all. And that was the information I got from him. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. I may proceed with another question. Detainees who were put in an individual cell or common cell, did you ever meet anyone who were from your same village or same unit? Response: at that time, I did not know anyone from the same village or from the same group. I only saw other people or strangers from different villages or provinces, maybe from the same province but different districts or villages. Question: in relation to the food ration, you said that the other people were assigned to distribute these foods to the detainees. Did you know that the food, the gruel that was given to the detainee, what was it mixed with? Response: I saw gruel, rice gruel, and then I also saw gruel mixed with other thing, but probably I don't know much about other gruel, but except the rice gruel, plain rice gruel. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. You said you saw Ho and Pain, and you had no idea who was superior to those two people. Did you ever hear Brother East or Duch while you were working at S21? No, I did not hear about this person's name. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. In your statement before the co-investigators, you said you attended the political sessions with the presenter or lecturer you never know. During those sessions, what kind of instructions were you given? Response. I was instructed to study the lessons. For example, how to become a good combatant to fight the Vietnamese, and these were part of the lessons I learned, and we were instructed to make the most of the sessions. That's all we learned. Mr. Kumsun, actually I did not ask about the military school and training. I'm talking here about the political sessions at S21, the sessions in you attended. So the question is whether you were instructed to do anything from your superiors in those sessions. Response. My chiefs instructed that when we got the detainees, make sure that no one could escape. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. I would like to move to the question in relation to Kaing Guek. This morning you said about the condition of the bodies in the pit you were asked to bury. While you burying the detainees, did you notice any detainees being tied up by their hands behind their backs? Response. I saw the shackle, the handcuffs. Some handcuffs were removed from the detainees, but I did not pay attention to that. I only concentrated on burying the bodies. Question. During the time when you worked at S21 or Tuol Swai Prey School, were staff members in your team also arrested and executed? If so, how many were they? Response. I don't know how many were arrested and detained, but my chiefs were arrested and detained there. Question. Did you ever know that the teachers and officers from the former regime being detained in those rooms? Mr. Kumthum, thank you, Mr. President. If we still have some time, then I would like to share the floor with my colleagues. Mr. President, your time has not, you have no more time because you have already used the time allocated. We would like to now give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put questions to the witness. You have 20 minutes. Mr. Kasawat, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors, and the court. Mr. Chun Pal, this morning you said you knew the person named Sao who asked you to bury bodies at Kaing Guek. Was Sao the person who came from Duch along with you, or was he from Saang Koh Toi? Chan Koh Thom. Response. I have no idea where he's from because I did not check his biography, or I know him very little about him. Mr. Kasawat, thank you. Can you please clarify for us the appearance of Sao? How old was he? How tall was he? And what kind of complexion he had, for example? Response. He had a fair complexion. I don't recognize it if he lives until now. Mr. Kasawat, thank you. Could you please also tell the court whether the guards like you had the authority to beat detainees? Response. Guards could beat detainees only if they were allowed by the chief of the team. Mr. Kasawat, thank you. In your statement before the co-investigating judges, you said if detainees beat the detainees, they would be considered as traitors. Is that correct? Mr. Kasawat, thank you. In the document D28/15 ERN 00163808, you said that you had to hose down the detainees while they were being washed, but here you say that you only gave the water hose to each detainee to take turn to have a wash. Which statement is accurate? Could you please elaborate? Response. I was saying that I was holding the water hose, and that later on I passed it to detainees. I did not actually hose down from a far distance toward detainees. Mr. Kasawat, so you now challenge your previous, or you contradict your previous statement before the co-investigating judges. Because previously you said that you hose down the detainees, but now you said you did not do that, but you gave the water hose to each detainee to wash themselves. Is that correct? Response. As I already indicated just now, I don't really disagree with this, because what I said, I made it clear that I was holding a water hose and later on I passed it on to each detainee. Sometimes I had to hose down, you know, but not always, because I had to make sure that each detainee could take the advantage of holding the water hose to wash themselves. So that's what I was saying, and that's all. Mr. Kasabot, thank you. Did you ever see guards like you, not you, who allowed any detainees to had a wash outside next to the water jar? Response. I never saw it. Mr. Kasabot, thank you. While you were on guard, for example, you were guarding one particular room, were you allowed to walk to a nearby location?
Response. When I was assigned to guard a location, I could only patrol within that assigned area. I could not go any further besides that without the permission from my chief group. Question: if you could not move to another location or outside the assigned location, how could you know that prisoners died at the locations guarded by other guards? Response. I knew that because in my role I guarded only 3 common rooms, and the next 3 common rooms would be guarded by another guard. So when I walked up and down and faced the other guard, and we talked to each other, and I learned that, or I could have heard it after I finished my duty, and I talked to other members of the group, that maybe that guard would say there were prisoners who died in another room or cell. That's how I learned about the deaths of those prisoners. Question. So the guards, after when they walked and met each other, they could talk to each other? There was no rule or discipline for them not to talk to each other? Response. When we walked and came face to face, yes, we could talk to each other. There was no restriction for us to just talk to each other. Question. Can you provide a further clarification on one point? That is, at S21, did you ever see any female medic? And were there any child medics? Response. I knew that I did not see any female medics. And regarding the child medics, I saw them dispensing medicine, yes. Question: when you stood guard outside near the entrance, that is near the medical house, did you ever see medics withdraw blood from the prisoners? Response: I stood guard outside and I could not see what work was done by the medics inside the office. Question: at S21, when you were working there, you were assigned to guard the prisoners and not allow them to escape. At that time, were you satisfied with your work? Response: at that time, in my mind, I thought whether I was happy or not with my work. There was no other alternative for me, because in that regime there was only one option. Question: can you then clarify on another point? That is, whether you were happy or not, you could not find anywhere else to go or to escape from that place. If you were to escape from that place, you think you would be able to do it? Response: I would not be able to run away from it, and that was the truth. Question: so it means anybody who was not happy with that regime could not run away. Is that true? Response: nobody could run away. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like my international counsel to continue questioning. The President, the International Defense Council, you may proceed.
Ms. Canizares, thank you very much. Could you please remind us of how long you were a guard at S21?
Response: I did not record the exact dates or times or hours that I worked as a guard at S21. I did not have anything to record my time there.
Miss Canizares, interpreter corrects. Not even in an approximate manner, let's say in terms of months or in terms of years? Ms. Canizares, I'm wondering if Mr. Chumphal understood the question that I was asking him, or if he heard it.
Response: can you please repeat your question? I cannot understand it.
Ms. Canizares, you answered my first question telling me that you did not count how long you were a guard at S21 and you had no means of knowing how long this was. But can't you at least in an approximate way give me an idea in terms of months or years and tell me how long you worked at S21 in those terms?
Response: as I have said, I would not be able to make any estimation.
Ms. Kanisa, so that will say a certain amount of time. During the confrontation that took place on the 28th of February 2008 before the co-investigating judges, you stated that you did not know the charged person. However, this morning, you confirmed before the chamber this assertion while specifying that you had neither seen him nor ever met him. So therefore, I can conclude from this that you did not speak with him either. Can I also conclude from this that, in fact, Duch never came, or in any case, as far as you can know, never came to the building or the buildings in which you were working?
Response: that is correct.
Ms. Canizares, thank you. I have no further questions to put to the witness. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President. Next, the Chamber would like to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observation regarding this witness testimony. If you wish to do so, you can proceed. The accused, Mr. President. First, I would like to clearly state that I acknowledge this person, Mr. Paul, as a member of S21 staff. And the reason is he was once amongst the youths that I requested from Kampong Chnang. His district was from Kampong Trolaj, and he was younger than 16 years old. He was within the selected criteria of my request, and his class origin was a poor peasant background. Therefore, his education was very low, as evidenced in the chamber today. Probably he could read a few words, that's all. And he fits the criteria for my request from the base. And his age of 15 or 16 would also fall within the criteria of my selection. I did not want to select any person who was already trained or educated by anybody. So I needed to select those who I could train psychologically and politically. I think the chamber also understands the stance and the psychology of Comrade Paul, that he did not want to have anything or to possess anything or to know anything. Even my face, as his superior, he did not even want to see my face or to hear my voice. And that view impressed me, that he was a staff of S21. And when he said his chief group, Sa, ordered him to dig pits at Kaing Guek, I was certain that he was a staff member. Sa was my first messenger, recruited from the special forces as I requested to as a toll hole. And the digging pits at Kaing Guek was carried out by the special force. So I do not deny, and I acknowledge this person was a staff at S21. Despite this, there is a confusion in his statement. For instance, he said that the vehicles bore the S21 plates. Also, they were displayed at the political training school, and this is a confusion. In Preho, S21 did not have any land there. Maybe these are small things that he could not recall properly. This morning, I received a biography of Comrade Paul, and I would like to state that I need time to consider this biography, that is, also including the format of that biography making. From my recollection, after 17 April 1975 until the end of 75, the CPK ordered people to inspect the biographies of cadres and the components of the 703 Division entering S21. NAT ordered Duch to monitor all those cadres. And those people from M13, I did not allow them to do it because I vouched for them before the party. Separately, for those from Kampong Chnang, if the biographies were made before they arrived at S21, for instance, if they were made in 77, that would be different in format. So I would reserve the time to examine this particular biography, why it was made in 1977. So that was the process of biography making under the CPK, and I was a cadre of the party and I was familiar with the process. Annually, I had to make my revolutionary biography and my revolutionary view. The party wanted to check if anybody concealed any points from their biography. So actually the biography was made annually during the training. The view on the revolution was also done annually. And I myself, I did not believe that biography had to be that long for this Comrade Paul. That's why I reserved the time to examine it. Despite this, I still acknowledge he's a member of the S21 staff. This is my response, Your Honor. The President, Mr. Chun Paul, the Chamber would like to acknowledge your presence here and for your testimony before this Chamber as summoned by the Chamber. The Chamber also acknowledges the challenges and difficulties that you faced, namely, you had to respond to several questions raised by both the Chamber and the parties to the proceedings. In addition to these several questions, in a very limited time allocated for your testimony, the facts that existed were more than 30 years ago. Therefore, the recollection in general by anybody is limited. The longer the fact exists, the less precise the recollection of that fact. However, the Chamber noticed that you have tried to respond to the questions based on your limited knowledge and your recollection. You are now excused from the Chamber, so you can return to your residence. Court officer, can you provide necessary arrangement for safe return of this witness to his residence by working in cooperation with the VSU unit? And also the court officer, you are instructed to bring in another witness named Saumet into the courtroom. The President, Mr. Witness, is your name Saomet? The witness, yes sir, my name is Saomet. Question, are you known by any other names? Response, no. Question, how old are you? Response, 51 years old. Question, what is your current occupation? Response, I am a farmer. The President, according to the reports of the graphier this morning, it states that you have no relationship with any of the parties to the proceedings. Is this correct? Response, yes. Question, have you taken an oath before entering the chamber? Response, yes, I did. The President, I am now going to give you instructions on the rights and obligations of a witness to provide testimony before this chamber as follows. Mr. Saomet, as a witness, you can decide not to respond to any question or any declarations that you think might self-incriminate. This is your right of self-incrimination, which means if the response or the statement you believe would lead to self-incrimination. Also, Mr. Saomet, as a witness, you are obliged to tell the chamber only the truth that you have known, have heard, have seen personally and directly when you respond to the questions. And your responses should not be the assumption that you make. Mr. Saomet, where did you live and what were you doing between 1970 until the 7th January 1979? Response. In 1970, I was living with my parents, and in 1972, I left my mother to study at the Breakday Pagoda as a student of the monks there. I only studied for 1 year at the pagoda, and I quit schooling at that year 1. Then I returned to live with my mother to work in the rice fields. In early 1973, Angka assigned me to work at the Breakday sub-district. In the end of 1973, Angka assigned me to work as a militia at the district. And in 1974, I still worked as a soldier, and Angka assigned me to fight the Lunar soldiers along the Mekong River. In 1975, when Phnom Penh was completely liberated, I stayed in Phnom Penh for only a fortnight, and Angka assigned me as a messenger through the battalion and regiments. I was recruited amongst the other 50 messengers to study at the technical training school in Duch. That also included the 703 divisions. The total number increased to more than 200. We studied political training and military techniques for about 8 months. I finished that study in 1976 and I was assigned by Angka, and Angka assigned those people at the messenger unit to guard the general staff prison near Monivong. It was called Dam Paing prison. The chairman was Nat at the time, and I did not know who was the deputy. However, during the time that I worked there, I saw Brother Duch, Ho, Chan, and Pond, who were there at the time. Regarding Duch and Chan and Pond, they were on and off, so I did not know the actual location where they stayed. And this is my clear recollection of the event at the time. In 1977-78, Angka assigned the messenger unit to guard the prisoners at S21 or Tulslang prison. Therefore, some members of the messenger unit who were literate were assigned to work in the interrogation unit. For those who were illiterate, they were assigned to guard the prisoners. I did not guard inside the buildings, inside the compound. I was assigned to guard the houses outside, and they were the special prisons of S21. The supervisor there was Hui and Sri, who were the chairman of platoon and company. That is all. The president. When did you leave S21 office, if you can recall? Response. In late 1978, Angka transferred me to Preso, and about a month later, Vietnamese entered. That is all. The president, judges of the bench, do you have any questions to be put to this witness? Judge Yasakon, you go ahead. Judge Yasakon, thank you, Mr. President. When you worked as a guard at Dam Paing prison, what duties were you assigned? Response. At that location, I was still pretty young, and I was assigned to guard the prisoners. That is all. Question. Where were those prisoners detained?
Response. They were detained in the house, the one-story house, actually. Question. Were they shackled? Response. Normally, detainees were all shackled in each room. Question. Were they shackled and also handcuffed? Response. They were not handcuffed. Question. Did you see any female detainees and children at Damping's prison? Response. I don't remember whether there were female or children detainees because it was at the initial stage where the people the same age as mine were at the beginning detained. Question. Were they the soldiers of the Tribunal regime or former officers or the revolutionary combatants? Response. I don't know. I saw the detainees and that's all. Question. Did you ever see any any detainees being transported in, and how often did you see that? Response. I don't know because when I came to that location I saw the detainees had already been there. Question. Did you ever see detainees being transported from the PJ prison out? Response. I saw detainees being walked to be interrogated, but I have no idea where they would be interrogated. Question. Who told you that they were being interrogated? Response. Sri, who was my chief, saw the interrogators and that detainees would be taken to them to be interrogated. Question. Were they transported on a truck to be interrogated or were they walked? Response. While their hands were put behind and cuffed and blindfolded, they were being walked to the location where they would be interrogated. Question. Had you ever seen anyone being tracked back or walked back? Response. Of course, after the interrogations, they were returned. Question. When they came back, upon arriving, did you notice any scars or bruises on the back of any detainee? Response. It was not at the location where I guarded, it was the location where other guards stood guard, that's why I could not tell. Question. Did you know what role Duch was holding at that time at Damping's prison? Response. I don't know. I only saw him paying regular visits to that location. Question. Do you know how Duch was being promoted? Was he promoted at the PJ prison or was he promoted at S21 location? Response: I don't know, but when I came to S21, I saw him at S21 already, and I did not know whether he had been the president or the chairperson of S21 back then already, because I had no good communication with him. Question: at the Damping prison, you said you had work. How long had you been working there? Response: I worked there for less than a year, and I don't remember the exact duration. Question: do you remember when Damping prison was relocated to S21 prison? Response: as I already indicated earlier on, from 1977 to 1978, I don't remember the exact date, but it was during that period of time. Question: are you sure that the location was relocated to S21 in 1977? Who told you about this? Response: the people in the same messengers unit told me about this. They told me that we would be relocating in 1977 or 1978, and that's what I learned about being relocated. Question: did you remember the messenger who told you about the relocation? Response: I don't remember his name, because at that time Sri and Hui, who knew or expected the relocation, would share this information with us, and I did not know until we reached the new location that I realized it was S21 office, which is now known as Tuol Sleng. Question: where were all the detainees at Damping's prison transferred to? Response: I don't know. Question: do you know who were in the committee of S21? Response: if we talk from the very beginning and up to the chief of the team level, there were Duch, Ho, Chan, Pon, Hui, Sri, and the other people. This is only according to my observation. Question: when you said about Hui, were you referring to Hum Hui or Nun Hui? I am talking about Hum Hui, said the witness. Question: what was the role of Duch at S21 to the best of your recollection? Response: I don't know, but I saw him at the location, he could have been the person in charge of S21. Question: what about Ho? What did he do? Response: Ho was like Duch. He was supervising the prison. Question: did you know Nun Hoi? Response: yes, I did. Question: what was his role at S21? Response: he was in charge of S24 Presa. Question: how many units were there at S21? Do you know that? Response: at S21, I don't think I remember the details, but there were the interrogators unit, the defense section, the teams to take detainees elsewhere, but I don't remember the details. Question: who were in charge of interrogators? Response: I don't know. I did not work in that section and we were not allowed to make any contact. Question: in which unit did you belong to when you were relocated to S21 along with the location of the new office? Response: I was put to be in the guard unit who were guarding the special prisons of S21. Question: can you tell us in which group you belong to and who was the chief of the group and how many people were in the group? Response: there were only 2 groups and the chief of the group was Hoi, Sri and brother Raun, and I don't remember others. Question: how many people were there in your group? Response: there were more than 20 people in the group who would take turn to guard the detainees. Question: among the more than 20 people in your group, do you still recognize any of them or remember some of their names? Response: I remember Hoi, Sri, Chamraun, Sria. These are the people I have remembered quite well. Question: where did your group stay at night? Response: it was inside the wall of the prison compound and close to the place where the detainees were placed. It's just another house next door. Question: how many common kitchens were there for S21 and where were they located? Response: so far as I know, there was only one kitchen which was located next to the fire department. Question: during each meal, were all guards coming together to have their meal, or did they have separate meals? Response: at that time, we did not have meals in a big group all together. Only when we took our shift, then people could take the break to have meals. Question: how many people would be eating all together at one time? Response: at any one given time, there were about 20 people who would be eating together, maybe 15 or less. And I don't know what happened to the other teams in relation to having meals. Question: are you sure that S21 got only one kitchen? And how could you obtain this information, or was it just based on your own observation? Response: certainly I went to that location personally. Question: did the guards who were guarding outside have to eat at a different kitchen or eat in the same place as what you did? Response: they ate together with us. I don't know whether they ate elsewhere. Question: what was the food ration like for staff? Response: we had sometimes 3 meals, sometimes 2, porridge or gruel in the morning and rice in the afternoon and evening. Question: was the food enough or insufficient? Response: it depends. Sometimes we had only a bowl of rice, and sometimes we had less. Question: how many people did the common kitchen accommodate at any one given time? Response: the kitchen could accommodate approximately 50 people. Question: did you ever see the accused ever had a meal in that kitchen? Response: no, I didn't. Question: Do you remember how many buildings S21 contain? Response. Earlier on, I did not pay a visit to that location. I only went to that place later on, and I could see there were 4 buildings. Question. Where were these special prisons located? Response. The special prisons were located to the south of the building on the road, the east-west road. And they were in the first, in the compound of the first wall. Question. Were the special prison made of wood or concrete? Response. They were in the form of wooden houses, concrete apartment, and sometimes there were 3 stories, sometimes there were 2 stories only, and probably it is difficult to recognize it if I would see it them again. Question. So how many houses were used for the purpose of special prisons? Response. So far as I remember, there were 4 houses. 1 wooden house, 1 3-story building, and 1 villa, and there were rooms inside the villa. Question. How many rooms were there in each of the house? Response. I don't remember. The 3-story building contains 2 rooms in each story, and 1 story had even 3 rooms, while 1 story had only 1 room. So that's all I remember. Question. Can you give us the estimation actually of the size of each room? How big was it? Response. The room was about 3 meters. Question. At that time, were detainees placed in each room of the houses you mentioned? Response. It depends. Sometimes the detainees would fill all the rooms. Sometimes there were fewer detainees than the rooms. Question. What were the special prisons aimed for? Response. They were aimed to detain senior cadres, the cadres of the sector or the zone or the regiment commander or brigade commander. It is based on my observation. Question. What kind of information do you think you can use to support your arguments that they were senior cadres who were detained at those special prisons? Response. I believe that those senior cadres could not be detained altogether in a common room. They would be put in a separate room. One detainee in each room, and one guard would be assigned to only guard one individual detainee. So this is based on my observation that I believe that they were senior cadres. Question. If you looked at the detainees at these prisons, were they healthy when they were brought in at first? Response. Upon arrival, the detainees were healthy, and I could see that there were people with medium height or tall or short and with fair complexion or with less fair complexion. But I was not allowed to even ask a question to the detainees. The President, since it is convenient time to take an adjournment, so we will now take the adjournment and for 20 minutes. The court official is now instructed to make necessary arrangement for the witness during the break so that he can have a good rest and then take him back after we resume. The greffier, all rise.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the witness Chum Paul.
La déposition du témoin M. Champal se poursuit.
President, Mr. Chun Paul, during the time that you worked as a prisoner guard inside the compound at the building in S21, as you have stated this morning, did you ever witness any incidents where the prisoners were taken out from the common room or individual cells in the evening or in late afternoon? Response. Yes, I did see that. During the time that I got it, I did see these incidents when the prisoners were taken out. Questioned. When they were taken out at night, did they return? Response. It's rare that they were brought back. Question. So it means that in certain cases, when they were taken out in the late evening and at night they were brought back, but some of them were taken out and they never returned. Is this correct? Can you respond to that?
Pouvez-vous répondre à cette question?
Response, yes. Question. In what cases when they were taken out in the evening and at night they were returned back into their detention rooms? Response. I do not know for sure. Only the group chief and above would know. I only knew that the prisoners were taken out and in some cases they were brought back. Questioned. For those who were taken out and disappeared and never returned, do you know when they were taken out at night, where were they taken to? Response. I do not know. Question. You said you worked as a prison guard at S21 and you talked about the group chief. What was the name of that group chief? Response. My group chief's name was Kon when I worked at that location. Question. Do you know the name of the person above Kon? Response. From what I knew, there were Kaing and Ho who were above my group chief, and I saw them. Question. Do you know the name Hum Hoi? Response. I do not know this person. Question. Who else do you know of those S21 staff who worked there, if you can recall? Response. From my recollection, the S21 staff that I knew included my group chief, Kon, and Kaing and Ho. That's all I can recall, and I forget the rest. Questioned. Did you know the name Duch at the time? Response. From the time that I started working there, I never met or saw him. Question. From what you know, who was the chairman of S21 when you went to work there? What was the name of the S21?
Response. I don't remember who was actually the chairman of S21. I did not know his name. Question. According to your recollection, who was the top person, the most superior person at that location? Response. I only know the people at the lower level, including Peng and Ho, the persons whom I saw. Question. During the time when you worked at S21, did you ever have to guard outside? Response. Occasionally, I would be assigned to guard outside, but it was very rare. Maybe once a month, I would be assigned to guard outside, or sometimes it would be once after a fortnight. Question. To which direction were you on guard at the outside of the location, and what did you do? Response. I sometimes guarded at the back or rear gate or the front gate. I don't know which gate would be the front and which one would be the rear gate, because there were two at that time. Question. You said you guarded at the entrance and exit of the location of the S21. You saw incoming and outgoing prisoners. Did you see incoming or outgoing prisoners? Response. I saw people being sending out and in. Sometimes I saw them, sometimes I didn't. I only saw them during the time when I saw them. I mean, basically, when I was on duty, it was not necessary that I would see them because they would not be taken out during that time. Question. When detainees were being sent into S21, how were they brought in? Were they taken in by trucks? Or can you please tell the court a little bit about this? Response. Sometimes I saw them being sent in by trucks, and then they would be walked to the buildings. I did not know how they would be treated after that, because I was working on the ground. Question. How were detainees taken out? Response. Normally, they would be transported by trucks. The detainees who were detained upstairs would be walked and then lifted on their trucks, and the truck would take off, and I did not know where it would go. Question. As a guard at S21, Were you assigned to work elsewhere other than at the vicinity of S21? Response: I don't understand your question, Your Honor. Did you ask me whether I worked inside or at the location or other location? The President, the question was that you were assigned to guard at the S21 compound. The question is, did you ever work elsewhere? Response: I sometimes was assigned to guard outside, and most of the time I was in charge of guarding inside the compound. And that's all what I did. Response: do you know the killing field or Cheung Aek? Response: I know Cheung Aek. Question: were you ever assigned to work at that location? Response: they assigned me to go there. Question: do you remember when were you assigned to go to that location? Response: I went to work at Cheung Aek. I don't remember the year, but the date, but it was about 1979. Question: how long had you been working at Cheung Aek until the day Phnom Penh was liberated? Response: I'm not sure whether I remember the duration that I worked there. Question: who sent you to Cheung Aek? Response: I don't remember who actually sent me there, but I was told that the upper echelon would like to remove some forces to do farming, and I was part of the group to be removed to do farming. Question: you said you worked at Cheung Aek. What particularly did you do then at Cheung Aek? Response: I sometimes did farming, and sometimes I planted vegetables. Question: do you know the execution site at Cheung Aek? Response: yes, I do. Question: did you ever work at that killing site? Response. I was assigned to work there once, on one occasion only. Question. Could you please elaborate a little bit regarding the condition of work at Bang Chương Ác? And how you lived, how you worked, who were your associates, and the details of your duties. Response. After leaving S21 to work at Chương Ác, I was only asked to do farming and to water the rice field. And when Angka needed me to work more, then I would be assigned to work more, but I only came to that location once. Question. During that one location that you were assigned to, that killing site, what was exactly your duty or task assigned? Response. I was asked to bury the dead bodies. Question. What time was it that you buried the bodies, and how many bodies were you did you bury? Response. I could manage to only bury one pit of dead bodies. Question. At what time did your work begin? Response. At about 5 or 6 o'clock. Question. In the morning? In the late afternoon? Response. In the late afternoon. Question. Before you buried the bodies, did you see those? Did you observe the condition of the dead bodies, and how many were they in the pit before they were buried? Response. There were only male detainees in particular. The President, did you see a lot of detainees had been lying there before they were buried? Response. I cannot estimate the number, because if I say there were a lot, that would be not fair. If I say there were too little, it would not also be fair. Question. Can you please just tell us how big was the pit? The pit, response, was about 3 by 2 meters. Question: Did you see the bodies fill the pit?
សាកសពមិន
Response:
ហើយគោមិនកន្លះប្រមាណដែរថាវាមកលមមកគេឲ្យលុបដី
The bodies were lying significantly in the pit, enough to be buried, not too many. Question: So, what were the conditions of the physical conditions of the bodies before they were buried? Response: I did not actually inspect the dead bodies. I was only focusing on burying them, and it was already late in the afternoon. I had to rush to bury them, and I failed to pay more attention to the condition of the bodies. Question: Did you observe any kind of trace of blood or kind of bruises or severity on the bodies of the dead people before they were buried? Response: I saw blood too, but some detainees got some swollen throat, neck, and some would be I see bleeding. Their mouths were bleeding. Question: Were the bodies naked, or were they with their clothes? Response: At that time, after my assignment, those detainees, the dead bodies of those detainees were already naked. Question: You had to bury the bodies. Did you do it alone, or were you with the company of other people? And how long did it take to bury that pit completely? Response: There were a group of us who was assigned to work on the pit. Question: How much time was needed, or how long did it take to bury that pit? Response: It took us about an hour or half an hour. Correction, an hour or two. Question: Beside burying the mass grave or pit at Kaing Guek, were you also asked to dig other pits to bury other bodies? Response: I was not the one in charge of digging the pits. Question: Please be reminded that you stated before the co-investigating judges you were asked on the 18th of January 2008 at 9 a.m. in Kampong Chnang, and you indicated that here you can see in the question Why did you know that people were killed at Kaing Guek and Chunpal? Here is your response. After 1 month before the 7th of January 1979, I went to Kaing Guek to do farming. At one time, Sao, the chief of my group, asked me to dig pits at Kaing Guek, 2 pits, 2 or 3 pits. I did not see other pits close by, and I did not smell any stench. And in one evening, Sa asked me to bury the bodies recently killed. Excuse me, the president's mic is not on. Could please he be reminded to make sure it is on. Thank you. This is your statement before the co-investigating judges during the investigation phase on early 2008. Do you still recall having said that? Response. I think I have forgotten something. The President, can you please recollect whether you still remember once your chief of the group asked you to dig 2 pits at the execution site of Kaing Guek before your chief of the group asked you to bury the bodies of the recently killed, and you already stated before the chamber that you didn't do that. Response. I was surely assigned to bury the bodies. Question. It was not about burying bodies, it was about digging pits to put the dead bodies of the detainees who were killed. So do you now still stand by your statement earlier that the chief of your group, alias Sao, who ordered you to dig a few pits at that location? The council, I note you are on your feet. Mr. Kung Som-on, with Mr. President Liu, I would like to meet my client briefly. The President, you can meet him.
លោកនៅចងចាំទេថាតើ
President, do you still recall that your chief of the team asked you to dig the pits at Chiang Ai? Response. I actually forgot at that time. I actually dig the pits as what I stated before the investigators. Question. Did you dig the pits at night or during the day? Response. It was done during the day. Question. Do you still remember the pits you were assigned to dig? How big or deep were they? Response. I did not measure the pits because my chief of the team of the group actually measured them for me. Question. Now just give us the estimate depth or width of that those pits, because there were 12 groups of you who dug the pits, or you worked alone to dig the pits?
Response. There were many of us digging the pits. We were assigned as a group. Question. What was the depth of the pits? Was it a human height depth? Response. The depth was probably up to the neck. Question. Your group was assigned to bury the dead bodies, and that you did it during the evening. Did you do it during the night in the dark, or was there electricity to assist you in burying those dead bodies? Response. There was an electricity generated by a power generator. Question. Can you recall the area where you buried the dead bodies, or that your team was assigned to bury the dead bodies? Was it a former rice field, or was it a hill, or was it a part of a pagoda compound? What was the previous use of that location? Response. From what I can recall, it used to be an old Chinese burial site. Questions. Besides the works that you do as part of your assignment, what else did you see during the time that you were assigned to work in that location? For instance, did you see houses there, or vehicles, or means of transportation at that location? What else did you see? Response. Later on, I was not assigned to work there anymore. I was assigned to work in the rice fields, so only another group was assigned to do that work. Questions I did not ask after you stopped working there, but I asked during the time that you were assigned to work there to bury the dead bodies. Besides doing that work, did you observe any other things? For example, did you meet the executioners or means of transportation of those prisoners? Response: no, I did not see any, because when I went there, they had left. Questions: did you notice if there were any houses in the vicinity where you worked? For example, where the staff worked in that execution site? Were there houses or shelters, or they worked only in plain field? Response: I did not see any house or the location where the staff stayed. It might be somewhere else, because we were instructed to work from the west direction, and when we returned back to that direction. We did not go near where they worked. Question: on what day, when you left the work location where you worked in the rice fields at Preso? Response: I left Preso and I cannot recall the exact date of my departure. My last questions to you: during the time that you were assigned by Onka to carry out different duties, starting from Takmau, then to work in the rice fields at Preso, and at A71 office where you call it tools line, and that later on you were assigned to work at June A, until the time that you left that location on the date that you cannot recall. During those times, had you ever have an opportunity to go from your workplace, for instance, to visit your home village or to go somewhere else outside? Response: during those times, from what I know, I was not allowed to visit my native home until the day I fled when the Vietnamese arrived. Judges of the bench, do you have questions to be put to this witness? If you do not have questions, I would like to give this floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to the witness. You may proceed. Co-prosecutor: thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Chun Paul. This morning, you told the chamber that you used to guard the prisoners inside the S21 compound, which was known as Tools Line. My question is, during the time that you stood guard inside, did you ever notice any display of the Sontebal rules? Co-prosecutor, with the President's leave, I would like to show the document of the Santebal rules in order to assist the memory of this witness Chun Paul. The President, the AV officer, can you display the Santebal rule as requested by the co-prosecutor? The co-prosecutor, Mr. Chun Paul, this is the Santebal rules at S21. During the time that you got it inside the compound of S21, can you recall if in each room or in each building did you ever see the display of these Santebal rules? The President, I noticed the presence of the counsel for the witness. You may proceed. Counsel. Mr. Co-prosecutor, because this witness is illiterate, so it is difficult for his recollection. Would it be possible for the co-prosecutors to make another observation or to use alternative options to make the witness recall, either in picture mode or in visualized mode, so that the witness might be able to recall? And I think probably the witness does not even understand what the Santebal rules are. The President, thank you, counsel. And I think your observation is positive. And the National Co-Prosecutor, please take note of the observation made by the counsel, and that this witness is illiterate. So please try to arrange your questions accordingly in order to make him understand due to his limited knowledge. Co-Prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Chun Paul, the Santebal rules, simply speaking, are the rules or regulations for the prisoners who were detained at S21. And those rules were could be written on the blackboard or displayed on the wall. For instance, in part 1, the rule is you must answer according to my questions, do not turn them away. And my question is, did you ever see the display or placard of such rules? Even if you are illiterate, did you ever see such display in the room or on the wall anywhere? If you can recall it. The President, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, you need to proceed with another question, and you are reminded that you only have 10 more minutes. Co-Prosecutor, my next question to Mr. Chun Paul. You already told the chamber that you stood guard inside the compound of S21 and at the entrance of S21. Did you ever observe the vehicles transporting prisoners in and out? Did those vehicles bear any number plates? Response. From my observation, those vehicles bore the number plates both in letters and in numbers. that is S21. It was displayed at the front and at the rear of the vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Chun Paul. Due to time limit, I would give the floor to my international co-prosecutor, the President, the international co-prosecutor. You may proceed.
Mr. Champal, you have been extensively examined by the judges, so therefore I'll not have many questions for you. Just to ask you about the statement that you gave to the investigators of this court. You were told by the judge that you gave a statement to the investigators of this court on 15th January 2008. And when that statement was being taken, you told the investigators that you can read, write, and understand the Khmer language. Is that correct?
Mr. Chun Paul, during the regime, that is during the Pol Pot regime, I was young and my study was very limited. I could say I could read only very little. And even at present time, I have not studied much the Khmer language. I could know very limited numbers of the Khmer characters.
When you gave the statement to the investigating judges, you told them that you got to know that there were many rapes in S21. Do you remember telling the investigators that?
Response. Yes, I did say that to the investigators.
Did you see the victims of rape in S21, or did you see those who may have raped those victims in S21? Can you tell that to the court, please?
Response. I had not seen the rapes by myself.
My question was, did you know the people who had been raped in S21?
Response. I did not see any.
How did you know then that there were rapes in S21?
Response. I did not see any, so I cannot say anything.
So what was the basis of your statement to the investigators that you knew there were rapes in S21? Honor, I'll ask a second question. Did any guard who was your colleague tell you that somebody was raped in S21?
Response: I personally did not see any rape. However, I heard people talking about it. I heard my group chief talk about it. So I presumed rapes existed from what I heard.
So what did your group chief tell you? Did guards rape some prisoners in S21?
Response: he told me that guard who raped a prisoner would be arrested and be detained as the prisoner. And at that time, I said, if a guard raped a prisoner, he would be arrested and detained as the prisoner.
Did your chief tell you that some guards had been arrested because they had raped some prisoners?
Response: he told us, but I did not see it.
Your Honors, I have just 2 minutes left, and with your permission, I would put a document to this witness. This document number is 000533798. Your Honors may direct the AV unit for it to be projected, and I'll have 2 questions on this document, and I shall be done with this matter.
The President's AV officer, can you project the document with the EN number 000533798 on the main screen as requested by the co-prosecutor?
Mr. Chun Pal, you spent a long time in S21. You were a guard, then you worked at Chong Aik. Was your biography taken at the time you joined S21?
Man.
Response: yes.
You also told us that he can read your name and small things in Khmer. Can you look at this document and see if this is your biography? The AV unit may kindly scroll it down, please, till the bottom so that he can see till the end. Is this your biography that was taken at S21?
Response: I am not sure because it was done by my group chief and he took that document away. I myself never saw my own biography.
Your Honor,
The President, the counsel for the witness, do you have anything to say? You may proceed. You have to turn on your microphone, says the President. The Council, I would like to make an observation on the International Co-Prosecutor. The questions you put is in English, and it is then interpreted into Khmer, that the witness can read and write the Khmer language. However, in the original Khmer language, the 28/15 on page 2, it reads, "This person declares that this person does not read or write a language," and it doesn't specify any language, and I presume it's the Khmer language. And that's the original language of that interview is in Khmer. So if you place a document to be questioned on the screen, it cannot be done because the witness cannot read the document, so that his response could be confusing or misleading. And I would like the President to remind all the parties to avoid putting any document on the screen for the witness to read, as he cannot do it. The President, thank you for your observation. And the International Co-Prosecutor, please be reminded of the point raised by the Council due to the limited knowledge on literacy by this witness. If you placed a long and complicated document on the screen, it is difficult for him. Probably the best thing is for you to just highlight a line or two for him to read to make sure that he can do it. And I think the observation made by the Witness Council is appropriate, and all parties shall avoid due to the very limited knowledge of the language by this witness.
Your Honor, may I just respond for 1 minute to that observation by my learned colleague and its acceptance by Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm reading the English version of this document, and I understand it tallies with the original Khmer version. My learned friend read the second sentence, which said that the witness declared that he could not read and write any other language. But before that sentence, there is another sentence which says that the person declared that he could read, write, and understand the Khmer language. And that is why the original of this document is being taken in Khmer. Your Honors, most respectfully, we are aware of the literacy or lack of it of any witness, and we are cognizant when we ask questions to it. But I was aware of this sentence, and that is why I put that question to this witness. Anyway, since my time is over, I would only request Your Honors to take on record the statement given by this witness before the learned co-investigating judges, and let that be read at the time Your Honors appreciate his evidence in this court. Thank you very much.
The President, it is now time for lunch break, and the chamber will take this break. The chamber will resume in the afternoon from 1:30 p.m. Court officer, can you make necessary arrangement for the witness during this lunch break and bring him back before 1:30 p.m. Security guards take the accused back to the facility and bring him back before 1:30 p.m. The hearing is now adjourned. The greffier, all rise.
Mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous.
Response, no. Question: did you know which group was assigned the duty to walk the prisoners to the detention room? Response: at that time, I think sometimes it was 3 groups, sometimes it was Hoi's group. It was not fixed. The most important thing is the group chief, like Hui or Sri. When the prisoners were walked to be detained, what did you observe? What were the conditions of the prisoners and how many guards or those people accompanied the prisoners? Response: when the prisoners were walked, the prisoners did not have any pants and they were topless and they wore only shorts. Their backs were cuffed, their hands were cuffed to the back and they were blindfolded with a scarf. Some other times, Ho, for instance, would walk behind. That is all. Question: when the prisoners were detained inside the room, were they shackled or cuffed? And if so, what was the procedure for the existing and the newcomer coming prisoners? Response: when the prisoners were put into the rooms, their legs were shackled, both legs were shackled, and then the handcuffs would be removed. Question: was the procedure different for the existing prisoners and for the newcomers? Response: during that time, Hui or Sri would supervise the activities of the prisoners. If the prisoners were docile, then only the shackles were used. For the prisoners who were not docile, then in addition to the shackles, the cuffs would be used to cuff their hands. Questioned: where were the shackles attached to? Response: when the prisoners were shackled, their ankles would be inserted into a pair of rings and then attached to the metal bar. Sometimes they were shackled and tied to the windows bars. Questioned: did you observe inside the detention room what instruments were there and what were they used for? Response: inside the detention room there was nothing else besides the shackles. There were no mosquito nets. There were some sleeping mats and some old pillows and some pots for the prisoners to relieve themselves. And there were no torturing instruments inside the detention room. Question: how? Response: out. It was the duty of Hois and Sri. He was the overall supervisor in that location. It was not my duty to lock and unlock those rooms. That is all. Question: the chamber would like to know that who was responsible for disposing the waste or the excrement of the prisoners from the detention rooms? Response: at that time, as I said, it was only Hui or Sri who would assign people to do that work. Question: were the detention rooms locked? Response: yes. Question: if the rooms were locked, could you see the prisoner inside? Could you observe the activities of the prisoner? Response: I do not understand your question properly. Anyway, what I just spoke, it was probably not correct. Actually, outside the rooms were not locked and the guards were standing guard at the door. Question: were the prisoners ordered to only sleep or lie down, and if they wanted to stand up, they needed to ask permission from the guard? Response: that is correct. Question: what was the food ration for the important prisoners? How many days per meal? Rice or gruel or any soup for the meal? Response: for the prisoners who were detained there were 2 meals per day. That was one bowl of rice and 1 bowl of soup for each meal. There was no meat in the soup. There was only water lily or morning glory. And the food was not sufficient. Question: how many days the prisoners were allowed to wash, and what was the process of washing themselves? Were there any spare clothes for them to change? Response: when it's time for the prisoners to wash themselves, it was not regular. They washed themselves sometimes in 3 days, sometimes in a week. There were no spare clothing for them to change. They stripped off their pants and left them on the shackles, and the prisoner would carry a bucket of water for them to wash themselves, and after that they would put on the shorts. The prisoners were not the shackles were not removed when the prisoners were washing themselves. Questions: if the prisoners needed to relieve themselves, what was the process? Response: I do not understand your question. Question: when the prisoner wanted to relieve himself or herself, how was it done? Response: the prisoners, when they wanted to relieve themselves, they had to do it on that spot. There was a pot inside the room, and when he wanted to relieve himself, then the guard would allow them to do it in the pot, in the room. Question: where were those important prisoners interrogated? Response: the prisoners who were interrogated, the process was not regular. They were taken out. They were not interrogated inside, and the reason for that, because the prisoners were detained closely one to another. So for interrogation purpose, a prisoner was taken out. Question: as you, in your statement before the co-investigating judges, you said the interrogation sometimes took place inside the detention room, and only in some circumstances the prisoners were taken out for interrogation. Is that what you said?
Response: it's correct, Your Honor. Question: so detainees were also interrogated inside their room. Is it correct? Response: yes, it is correct. Question: which group was in charge of interrogating important prisoners? Do you recall their names? Response: there was only Toi, Tit, Nan, Chen, and On who were assigned to work at the special prison. They came to take these people to be interrogated. Question: so who actually interrogated the people who were detained, and interrogation took place inside their rooms? Response: it was Toi who did that. Question: when the interrogators entered the detention facility, so where were you allowed to guard? Response: on one occasion, when one detainee was removed, then Toi came and went into the room. Then he locked the door behind, and I was let out, and I could peek to see his interrogation session. He asked, now, why did not you answer and reveal the truth to the party, for example? This is part of the conversation I heard from the interrogation session. And then the detainee said, I already reported to the Angka, and I had nothing else to report. And then Toi grabbed a stick and then beat the detainee on the back, and I could see the detainee was bleeding. And a short while later, he grabbed another device for torturing. Then he started beating the detainee again, and the detainee suffered great pain. And then Toi grabbed bunches of electric wire, and then he attached part of the electrical wire to his toe, and then put part of the wire into the ear of the detainee. After a while, the detainee passed out, and then Toi would be seen walking briefly in the room. And 10 minutes later on, when the detainee regained consciousness, he grabbed his hair and then threatened him to recall what he would be expected to tell Angka, and that he would be coming back tomorrow to get those information. And then upon leaving the room, he warned me to be very cautious while being on guard. Otherwise, if I allowed the detainee to escape, then I would be jailed also. At about 11, then I was called to have my meal, and then they came to inspect the detainee to see, to check the location where the detainee was placed, to find out whether there were any nails or screws or other items that detainee could swallow into their stomach to commit suicide, for example. So, and after everything was well checked, I went to have my meal. Then later on, when I came back, I saw Brother Duch, who was sitting right in the villa next to the wooden house with a rattan stick in his hand, and the guard was seen guarding outside at the door. I only saw this, and that's why I can tell the court, and I'm telling the truth. That's all. Response. Correction. Question. You saw Duch beat the detainee. Is that correct? Response. Duch actually used a rattan stick to beat the detainees. He did not beat him much before I left and walked to my place. Question. In which part of the body did you see Duch beat that person? Response. He beat him on the back. Question. You indicated that Toi came to the place where the detainee was detained and that he beat that detainee. So it means that when he came to that room, did he bring along the instruments of torture with him, or were there ready to be used devices inside the room already? Response. At that time, no instruments of torture were placed inside the room where detainee was placed. Toi only brought them along from the other location with him. Question. Violence being inflicted onto the detainees other than beating, whipping, did you ever see such practice? For example, suffocation by with a plastic bag, toenails being pulled, and immersion waters being dropped onto the forehead of detainees, for example. Did you ever see such practices? Response. No, I did not. Because detainees normally were taken to be interrogated outside, and it was far from my sight. Question. Let's move back a little bit. Did you ever see you said you saw a detainee being beaten by Duch. Was that person female or male detainee? Response. With a quick look, I could tell that he was a man, no female. Question. After being interrogated, you noted some kind of wounds on the body of the detainee. So in which other part of the body did you see such wounds? Response. At the place where I gathered, detainee would be taken to be interrogated outside where torture was inflicted, and I could see their nails were removed, and their back sustained some wounds, and some kind of red dye, kind of medicine, I don't know, was applied on the back to suggest that the person sustained some wounds and that those kind of medicines were probably applied. Question. At the special prisons, did you ever see Duch pay visit regularly or very often to that location? Response. I saw him at the special prison. It was inevitable that he had to come to that location because very regularly he had to pay a visit to that location. Question. Did you see him with your own eyes that he came to the place where you were on guard? Response. I saw him with my own eyes because I was guarding on the two-story building and I could see him from that floor, and it is the truth. Question. You said that you saw Duch beat one detainee. Did you ever see him inflict torture on other detainees? Response. No. Question. Were female detainees also detained at the special prisons? And if so, did you ever witness any tortures being inflicted onto those female detainees? Response. I never saw any female detainees at my location, and through my observation I noted that there were female detainees in other locations. However, I could not see any tortures being used toward such female detainees. Question. Were there any Westerners or Vietnamese prisoners of war or staff member of S-21 being detained at that location? Response. At that time, I saw Vietnamese prisoners of war or Vietnamese detainees who were put on the house, the wooden house. There were 4 of them. I did not guard that house, but when I relieved myself, the guard asked me to help him so that he could also relieve himself. And that was the last time I saw the detainees, the foreign detainees. Question. Did you ever see children who came with their parents or were detained at that location? Response. No, there weren't any children. Question. After interrogations were conducted, where would these special or important detainees be sent? Response. After 1 month or 20 days after the confession or the interrogation, they would be taken out by Sri or Hoi to other locations, I don't know. T sometimes came to walk them out, sometimes at night, sometimes during the daytime. I don't know whether they were being taken to other location or elsewhere. Question. When detainees were being walked out, how were they treated? Response. Normally, when detainees were being walked out, their hands would be put behind their back and cuffed and blindfolded, and then their shackles were removed to allow them to be able to walk. Question. Had you ever seen any detainees who was removed from that location and returned? Response. Normally, there was the point of no return. When they were taken away, they never appear again. Question. Did you ever see any detainee commit suicide? Response. At that time, I saw one detainee committed suicide when he was being walked out. The guard asked me to help him guard so that he could relieve himself. So he told me that he saw a detainee attempting to use a scarf to hang himself. Having heard this, I kept quiet because I did not want to report, otherwise that guard would be smashed. And he was guarding on the 3-story building on the top floor. Question. Was the detainee male or female? Response. He was a male detainee. Question. Did you know what happened to the special or the important detainees? Response. I don't understand your question, Your Honor. Could you please repeat it? Question. Do you know what happened to the important detainees? Response. I have never seen any of them survive. Question. Had you ever heard anything about the execution of those important detainees? Where would they be executed? Response. At that time, they were transferred from the location, but I was not told whether detainees would be taken to be executed at Kaing Guek or elsewhere. The only thing I knew was that they were removed. Question. As a guard at the special prisons, could you estimate how many important detainees being taken out during the entire period you worked as guard? Response. I don't know for sure because very often detainees would be taken out, but I cannot give the approximate figure of how. Question. Actually, we just want to know the approximate number of them. Response. I believe there could have been 100 or so. Question. When you were sent to work at Pre-Saw, who else were going along with you? Response. I and Horn, Srum, and another person, so 4 of us at that time. We were sent to Kaing Guek in late 1978. Question. Was it part of punishment or sanction that you were being transferred to Kaing Guek, or was it during the season you had to plant rice? Response. At that time, I think I don't remember the process. The only thing I knew was that I was transferred or sent to the location. I asked Paul, who told me that the remaining detainees were already placed into the compound and that we should pack our luggage so that we can be transferred to the rice field. Question. At Pre-Saw, what kind of duty was you assigned and who was the chief? Response. We were made to dig canals and build dikes, do farming. Question. Were the people who were working with you at that location were staff member of S21 or S24, or were they detainees? Response. At that time, I did not know whether I was involved with the detainees or not. Question. Did you ask anybody who worked with you at Pre-Saw to know whether they were sent there in the condition of the detainees, or just as the normal workers who would be assigned to do farming to feed the unit? Response. Having been working there for 1 month, more than 1 month, I learned that they could have been the people who had bad biographies and other people who were not former staff of S21. Question: did you ever see any one of them being removed from Preysor, and how? Response: at Preysor, I could see the Chinese trucks coming in and out, but I did not know whether people at S24 were being transported with those trucks. Question: did you notice that some of your colleagues, co-workers, disappeared? Response: through my observation, the trucks would take the people with bad elements, or what we call bad elements, people with bad biographies, and some of our co-colleagues or workers disappeared. I just did not know whether they would be transferred to other units. Question: during the more than 1 month you worked at Preysor, how often did the truck come to transport away the people who worked there? Response: perhaps in any given day there was at least 1 truck or 2 trucks that came and took probably the detainees or goods, but they were Chinese trucks, of course. We call the 4x4 or 4-wheel drive. Question: do you know Kaing Guek? Response: no, I don't. I have never paid a visit to that location. Question: during the time you worked at the location, did you ever learn that detainees were executed at Kaing Guek? Response: I did not know. At that time, I was guarding at my location and I did not know whether detainees would be taken to Kaing Guek or elsewhere. Judge Yasakon, I have no further questions, and thank you, Mr. President. Judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to the witness? Judge Levenge, you take the floor.
Oui, bonsoir, Monsieur Sommet.
Judge Lavergne. Good afternoon, Mr. Sommet. My name is Judge Lavergne. I have a few questions for you. You were interviewed by the investigators of the co-investigating judges, and the document is G283 in the case file. Amongst other things, you said this. In response to the question as to what sort of torture the interrogators use on the prisoners, you say they hit the prisoners so that they would answer and use electric shocks on them. They removed fingers and toes, pierced them with nails or pins, pierced their nails with pins, wrapped their heads in plastic bags to suffocate them. Sometimes they had the prisoners stripped of their clothes and they used equipment to apply electric shocks to their genitals or their ears. I stole a look through the window when I was guarding. This is on page 4 of the document. Do you confirm what I have just read out? Are these things that you saw yourself?
Response. Yes, that is correct. So I did not mention that.
Question. Regarding the accused here present in the courtroom, did you have the opportunity of seeing him? And can you tell us if this is indeed the person you called Duch and that you had referred to as such during your statement, in your statement?
Response. At that time, what I said was true. I did not oversay it. I only spoke of the truth, and I would not say anything untruthful.
Question. Can you tell us if you recognize the accused who is here present in the courtroom? Is he indeed Duch?
Response. Yes, I recognize, and he is Duch.
Question. So, in this same interview, you spoke indeed about an episode where you saw Duch, who, according to you, was interrogating and using a rattan stick. But I'd like to get back to another portion of your statement. The French translation is not, let us say, of wonderful quality, unfortunately, but I'd like to know if you had had the opportunity of seeing Duch often. Did he come every day to see the detainees that you were guarding, or did you only see him on an exceptionally, rarely?
Response. At that time where I worked, he did not go there every day. Only occasionally I saw him walking and inspecting the rooms, and then he returned. I did not see him on a daily basis. That is all.
Question. When you say that he would come to inspect the rooms, what do you mean by this? Were these the cells in which the prisoners were detained? Or was this when interrogations were taking place in interrogation rooms? Which places was he inspecting exactly?
Response. As I stated earlier, I guarded the prisoners on the second floor, and from above, when I looked down, I saw him walking and inspecting those houses from the east to the west, and then he returned. They were the locations where he used to go in and inspect those prisoners. That is all.
Question. Can you tell us if you know why you were sent to Presar? Do you know the reason why you were sent to Presar?
Response. At that time, I realized that when I was asked by Hui if I had a brother named Saum Hui, and I said yes, and then I was asked, where was he? And I said I did not know, but I heard that last time he was at the airport at Kampong Chnang. And then he said, keep quiet, he had been arrested. So at that time I did not say anything, and I did not know what to do in order to free myself. So I tried not to say anything at all. And even Hui, he tried to conceal that information. And because of this understanding, I believed I was sent to Preso.
Question. So what you are telling us now is that you were sent to Presar because your brother, your own brother, had been arrested, and had he been sent to S21? Is this something that you checked? Did you do any kind of research on this?
Response. Hui frankly told me about this. So I actually went to research at Tul Slai after the regime fell, and indeed I found his photo at Tul Slai. So it was true that he was sent to Tul Slai. And I did not know whether he was sent somewhere else after he was sent to Tul Slai.
Question. You spoke to us about Hui. Are you speaking about Him Hui here? Who was this Hui you were speaking about?
Response. I meant Him Hui, who was in charge at the location where I worked.
Question. Is it this Him Hui who then sent you to Presar? And when was this?
Response. Him Hui sent me there. It was in late 1978.
Question. So you are telling us that at the end of 1978, Him Hui was still working at S21. And later on, did you have the opportunity of seeing him at Presar?
Response. I cannot recall exactly whether he went to Preso or he was still at S21 office.
Question. Can you tell us what happened when the Vietnamese troops arrived? What did you do then?
Response. At the time the Vietnamese arrived in Phnom Penh, I was still at Preso, At that time, the people from Phnom Penh, from S21, they also went there at night, and we were instructed to line up and proceeded to National Road number 3.
Question. Did you follow these people who had come from S21 and who were fleeing, or did you go back home? What happened exactly? Did you see Duch then?
Response. At that time, when we fled to the west, we already crossed National Road number 4. I did not see Duch. I only saw those people who worked together with me. When the Vietnamese chased after us, we separated, and then I went to my home village. It was still in 1979.
Question. Thank you, Mr. Sommet. I have no further questions to put to the witness.
The President judges of the bench, do you have any more questions to be put to this witness? Due to the short period of time left, it's not logical to give the floor now to the co-prosecutors. So the chamber now decides that the hearing of the testimony of this witness is adjourned, and it will resume tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. Mr. Chun Paul says the President, because the hearing of your testimony related to the facts at S21 and S24 or pre-SAW has not yet finished. Only the chamber today finished the questioning, and you will need to be present here tomorrow morning. Court officer, can you make necessary arrangement to return the witness to meet the visual unit so that he would receive necessary and appropriate accommodation? And please bring him back to the courtroom before 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Security guards, take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 9 a.m. tomorrow. The hearing is now adjourned. All rise, says the greffier.
Ici même, d'ici 9 heures, la greffière. Mesdames et messieurs, levez-vous.